is? Just the bones
Well, no, I
and
was
the
just like, I'd never seen him so
tendons and all
like.
that kind of
But with
crap.
everything else you got, that's what's
But,
left.
you know, at the same time, I was like, I've been out in the backyard, like, doing yard work
I shouldn't
before
say
I
you
get
go
when I
toenails?
get into bed. Before, and he'd come out in the backyard. I think it was that he learned how to
Denise?
open the
No.
front door. And so, well, and he didn't know I was home.
Zach's not going to be here. He already said that at the last.
Oh, he did
Which
say,
would be
okay.
really good.
What about Bob?
I'm glad he doesn't sleep
I
on
haven't
because
heard
he'd fall
anything
down
from
all the
Bob at all.
stairs.
He-
Was she really?
Did we get any word from Bob or Denise if they're gonna be here?
What do you do about that? Just put up a railing on the stairs?
Vacation.
Did we hear anything from
Vacation
Denise?
was good.
You went on vacation?
Yeah, that's why I wasn't here at the last meeting.
Oh, God, there's only 4 of us.
Yeah, it's in Alaska.
I didn't.
Couldn't get
Did you
TV.
fly or drive that last
We
couple?
flew.
Heard some of my friends have driven the Alcan. They drive all the way up there for a day and drive all the way back. It takes so long.
Well, we might
They
have
can
done
put
it
the
as part of the
minutes now.
vacation.
Yeah.
Because we had 10 days.
They could go ahead with the
But
minutes now if they wanted
one
to.
of the people didn't have a passport.
If you like,
damn.
So all the different things. we were
Charles,
gonna
you
do were like,
could switch the order and go ahead with the minutes if you want.
We can't do this.
And see if Bob, we didn't hear from them, so,
Haven't heard from anybody?
yeah.
Charles, you don't have them all on your cell phone to text them?
Do not. I respect their privacy.
Here comes Denise.
We just concluded the meeting.
You read lips?
Oh, I read your lips. I'm sorry.
Well, I decided to walk because I thought, well, it's not going to rain. Of course, it starts raining
That's right.
as soon as I walk out the door.
I need to get a pen.
And got to Center Street.
Oh, well.
Was like, oh, thank you so much for that.
But it was a lovely little shower.
And the parents.
Charles, I tried to get this over for you last week, but some people whose name shall not remain anonymous did not want to vote on it last week. We could have
Shall
gotten it.
not remain.
He will remain nameless at the moment, till I out him. Insisted that we continue it.
I didn't insist. I wasn't with you.
Yes, you did.
I didn't even bring it up. Bob did, or
I
Zach
will
did.
have my revenge later, I assure you.
I didn't want to be left out. Last time
Yes.
I voted no on the
No.
property thing and you abstained. I didn't know I could
Denise
abstain.
needs a
I
minute.
forgot about that.
That would be so scary.
I need one more minute, sir.
You need another minute?
Yes, I do, thank you. Since I got rained on my way over here.
Ignore that.
That was the practice
That
round.
was a practice.
Get your breath.
Oh, I have my breath. Are these new maps or the same maps we saw before?
New maps.
Okay.
If people have public comments they'd like to give on the marijuana regulations, please fill out a public comment card and give it to me, and I'll give it to the chair. Thanks.
You set to go?
I'm ready now.
Okay. Planning Commission
Thank
meeting for Monday, August 8th, 2016 is called to order. First item is, are there any public comments for items not on the agenda this evening? Not all at once, please.
It's okay, it made up for it last time.
Nice. And I did miss you all last week. No, I didn't. So the first and only item on our public hearing agenda for the evening is planning file LE 16-001, adoption of time, place, and manner regulations for marijuana businesses and personal cultivation. Pete, are you running this show for the staff?
He is the star of the show.
Okay, good evening, planning commissioners. And welcome to the public. My name is Pete Walter, city planner. So for approximately 6 months, we've been developing marijuana business regulations. I'm just going to give a brief recap of the last planning commission meeting that we held. At our last meeting, which was July 25th, we discussed state law and current city policy and the regulatory background by which cities can develop time, place, and manner regulations for marijuana businesses. We reviewed some definitions that are in our code proposal, and we talked about how we've gotten to this point, what our public process has been to date, and the surveys that we had and the survey results. And we started our review of the proposed zoning regulations. We've already held several work sessions to discuss these. We looked at some maps, and we looked at the buffers and separation requirements that we proposed in our code, and the ones that are regulated by the state and the ones that the city is proposing. And I have slides in my presentation to recap what we discussed last week as well.
week?
2 weeks
Okay.
2 weeks.
I was just saying, I know I wasn't here, but
Yeah, I was on
Maybe
vacation. So.
yeah, I thought you were. I was going to say maybe we had a separate meeting that we didn't know about.
In Colorado, funnily enough. So, proposed standards of operation that we're going to discuss briefly tonight as well. We discussed those, and we heard testimony from the public. New issues that we discussed on July 25th that came up were to do with personal outdoor cultivation, with the direction from the commission to staff to draft some regulations to allow personal outdoor cultivation. And so we're going to propose that tonight. And also adding a 1,000-foot separation requirement around Clackamas Community College. We also had some questions with respect to what other jurisdictions are doing, and I've got some brief summaries of what other cities nearby are doing tonight, so we can talk about those. With respect to the issue of personal outdoor cultivation, your concerns had to do with various things. If plants are grown outdoors for personal use, concerns have to do with sight, smell, trespass, and theft, or the possibility of outdoor growing being an attractive nuisance for somebody. And then in opposition to that, a desire to see our regulations reflect the intent of state law, which was to allow personal use, and therefore try not to regulate cultivation of personal marijuana. And so the proposal that we've come up with is to allow personal outdoor cultivation per state law. You can have up to 4 plants per residence out of public view. And what we're proposing for the city is a 10-foot setback that would be measured from the property line to the edge of the plant. And so that means plants being fairly bushy at full growth or whatever stage they're at, that 10-foot would be measured to the edge of the plant. And this is a compromise setback. We had discussed 20-foot. We discussed other distances and ultimately decided to settle on 10-foot because it would be applicable to a variety of residential zoning types and that sort of thing. Something that's come up too is, smell and nuisances, odors in particular, whatever they are already regulated under our nuisance code. So if an odor rises to the level of a nuisance, it can still be pursued as a code violation.
And what would that be?
It's the reasonable person test. There's a number of things spelled out. I think we should pull the code up and talk to you about that because we didn't add it into the record tonight, but we can talk about that. Commissioner Guile just mentioned that to me.
I had a conversation with Nancy Bush today to find out what the code was. Their systems were down. She was going to give me the actual code number, but it is in there, and she said they have called no homes for those code violations, whether it be dog feces, plant smells, or anything. So
He'll pull it up.
So we can talk about that.
And did we do any design requirements for any of the cultivation and production? so
Yeah,
that
I'm
there's
going
some
to go into those.
Proactive, okay.
Yeah. We're calling those standards of operation.
Right.
Right. The issue of Clackamas Community College, so the concerns were that there are students under 21 that attend the college and could be influenced by the proximity of retail marijuana facilities close to the college, and the desire, therefore, to apply a similar buffer that you would apply for elementary and secondary schools. So we added the code language in Section C of the code, in addition to public, private, or parochial elementary and secondary schools, or the property located at Clackamas County Map 3-2E-09C, Tax Lot 800, which is the largest tax lot in the city, and we've got a map that indicates what this buffer looks like and how it affects retail facilities.
What is the property located at?
Oh, that's Clackamas Community College. Yeah.
We had compelling testimony that.
No, that's just,
yeah.
you can
Right.
just say any property. It could be-
So we did have some challenges mapping, and we have the word draft stamped on all of our maps because we're attempting to capture all of the applicable regulations in a mapping format for illustrative purposes. So the first map that we used here was the 1,000-foot buffers map and the 250-foot buffers map. So this map, the blue areas indicate all potential uses combined. And it's a little misleading because you'll see that the blue areas exist within the borders of the 1,000-foot and 250-foot buffers. So that, what I want to point out is that retail restrictions apply, and we've got a separate map that shows those. So the retail and dispensary uses, and this is a slide that we showed on the July 25th meeting, would be prohibited in any R residential zones, would be prohibited abutting any residential zone unless the tax lot abuts a major street, and as shown on our transportation system plans. Prohibited within 250 feet of any public parks, licensed child care and daycare facilities and public transit centers, and within 1,000 feet of a public, private, or parochial elementary and secondary school pursuant to the definition under state law. And as I mentioned, we added the 1,000-foot buffer for Clackamas Community College. And what that looks like on our map is this slide. It's not very clear, but you should have copies at 8 by 10 copies in front of you. And this map is available on our website, or will be, because it's very recently updated. And you'll notice that Clackamas Community College, which is the large area, I'll see if I can do this really. Right here, by adding the 1,000-foot buffer, the areas that were previously shown as eligible for retail at Berry Hill, and then the northeast corner of Glen Oak Road and 213 are no longer going to be eligible for retail, as well as some commercial areas like O.C. Point, directly across from the college, and those commercially zoned areas to the south of First Street. So that is the primary impact of having that addition. With respect to production, that map has not changed at all, as we showed. It's primarily going to be limited to the general industrial district, which is the area along First Street, and areas that are already zoned industrial along Clackamas River Drive.
And the Blue Heron site, it appears.
That must be a map anomaly. So, like I said, there is...
It's out of the Willamette Falls Legacy
is that
project.
the GI zone?
Yeah, there's some general industrial
Okay,
down
so
there.
there's some,
A lot of
that's not the
water.
actual Willamette Falls.
looks like it's
So
in the water.
It's in the, yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
It was-
Oh, it's in the water.
No
We go to the
floating
middle of the
literally
river,
in the water.
And, yeah, there's
Yeah.
some,
Okay. All right. GIS does some strange things. Sorry.
Yes, we've noticed. We know it's not you.
Okay. Wholesaler map has not changed. Wholesaling would be prohibited in all R residential zones, all mixed-use corridor and commercial zones, and permitted in the GI, mixed-use, employment, and campus industrial zones. And same for processors. So wholesaling and processors have similar zone allowances. Sorry.
Just, yeah, that
Yeah.
map's fine right there.
Okay.
The in the water zones,
Do you want to go back to that?
no,
Oh, okay,
it's the
yeah.
same spot on all the
Right.
Yeah,
maps.
it's in the
Right
water.
here.
I'm just thinking of the crazy entrepreneurial person who decides they're going to roll their houseboat down and anchor it up in the Willamette and say, I'm legal, I'm wholesaling bales right here, I just brought them down from my Wilsonville grow site.
Division of State Lands would not allow permanent occupancy of the waterway.
It isn't permanent, it's on a houseboat, so they just move it around.
Yeah, well,
Just like they're having problems
Well.
with, and so,
the squatters.
I don't know if maybe we need to stick a thing about, no waterborne, transactions will be allowed, or for production,
No
whatever.
flotation devices.
So they don't have some guy that slap a hydroponic farm out in the middle of the Willamette or anything like that. Just
Off the top of my head, I'm thinking that it would be very difficult for a site plan and design review application that was waterborne to meet our current criteria for site plan and design review. But
There's got to be a way to eliminate that off the map so
Yeah.
that it doesn't
Probably
show
have a
up.
few problems with the Army Corps as well, but at
Yeah.
the same time, it just seems like an odd,
Wouldn't it be easier just to take it off
Designation.
the map?
yeah.
Yeah, I think
We
it
can
would be
do
easier
that.
to take it off the map.
take it off the map.
I just take off the map's fine, but I just want to make sure that
Not
if we're going to
permanent.
adopt the map and that's going to be the definition of our code areas, will that be sufficient, or can somebody say, hey, I am in a general industrial, and so therefore I can do it, and your map is wrong? So do we need language to say, and this area is excluded because of?
I thought we changed the zoning on the
No, I mean,
Willamette
it's
Falls
all,
Legacy project.
a lot of that's like
That portion's not within the Willamette Falls Legacy Project
that's the
boundary,
old PGE.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Um,
think they want it there either.
So conversely, you could just add a sentence saying, no sales in water, or no marijuana businesses within the waterways.
Yeah, I think that's just a safe double check, because if
Or
they're
any other retail in the waterways, about just making a blanket.
well, no.
Then you're eliminating the possibility of that water park that they
Okay,
were talking
we'll
about.
craft some language
What are they
for
selling
that.
for water?
Makes sense.
What do they
I
sell?
think it's
Um,
a way
the right
off
to
shot, but
use that
weird
address, I
things
don't
have
know.
happened.
True.
With my body, I couldn't use it.
Okay. Now we'll discuss briefly the proposed standards of operation, which are in the code. So, first standard is you've got to be in compliance with other laws, including land use, zoning, building, and fire codes. Second standard is that you've got to maintain registration compliance with state law, which refers to Oregon Health Authority or Oregon Liquor Control Commission. And so staff will have the authority to request that type of information, and it'll be part of any review of a land use compatibility statement that the city issues for a prospective marijuana business. Third standard is that no portion of any marijuana business shall be conducted outside, including but not limited to outdoor storage, production, processing, wholesaling, laboratories, and retail. Fourth standard is hours of operation in compliance with OLCC or OHA. With respect to odor, the standard we're proposing is a standard that puts the burden on the property owner to have a odor control system designed by a licensed state of Oregon mechanical engineer. And the standard for judging an objectionable odor would be that of an average, reasonable person with ordinary sensibilities, after taking into consideration the character of the neighborhood in which the odor is made and the odor is detected.
And just for
yes.
clarity, you're talking about professional operations, not
Right. We're not talking
the
about personal. Yeah. 6 doors and windows shall remain closed except for minimum time required for egress and ingress. 7th standard is secure disposal of remnants and byproducts. Not allowed to place those in dumpsters outside. So this is something that the city is willing to enforce on its own. Standard 8, you can't have a drive-up or a walk-through window. Standard 9, you will maintain compliance with all applicable OLCC security requirements, including alarm systems for video surveillance and restrictions on public access to certain parts of the facility. So those are the standards of operation that we've put in our proposed code. A lot of other cities will apply standards of operation which are already regulated by OHA.
And we have a definition of wholesale in the code.
Yes, we
That's
do. Yeah.
Pretty strong.
It's, the recommendation is to use the definition recommended by the League of Oregon Cities, so we're going with that one, as opposed to the state law, so that we can, it's a little broader, but we can go with
Which
that.
one's broader?
Ours is, yeah. Yeah. What are other jurisdictions doing? So we're going to look at Portland, Gladstone, Lake Oswego, Milwaukee, and West London. Please excuse me if I haven't got everything right on Lake Oswego, but maybe Commissioner Espy can fill me in on that.
In a little while, so.
Okay. So with respect to Portland, they have a complete licensing and regulatory program in addition to OLCC's process. So they, in order to license a facility, they want to know your business license is current. They want to know that you're maintaining your state of Oregon LLC and contractor licenses. They conduct inspections. They want you to have a plan for theft prevention and access restriction, security, a control plan, a neighborhood impact mitigation plan, bookkeeping and security plans. All of those is kind of a secondary layer of licensing in addition to what the OLCC already requires. And that's before you even talk about zoning. So what Oregon City is proposing is not to do that. We're proposing to leave that to OLCC to regulate. Obviously, Portland has a lot more dispensaries, grows, production operations, processors, and such. Portland has a separate fee structure depending on the type of license sought. It's approximately $900 to $1,000 for each license.
Are we recommending anything like that?
No, because we are not going to be. We have a business license application that applies to all types of businesses, and then we have site plan and design review and land use fees and that sort of thing, which would be standard. Retail is permitted in Portland in multiple zones, except for strictly our zone, residential, which is state law. Portland does allow retail uses closer to each other than 1,000 feet. And there are numerous other program elements, and they have a chapter which is listed here to talk about that.
And what's our separation?
We're not proposing a separation between retail uses in our code.
Should we?
It's been discussed that, I don't know, it depends on where your vacant properties are.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think it's likely, based on the number of stores that we're ultimately going to get, if we get any, that there would be that, a node of marijuana retail in one particular area of the city.
So you don't see a Starbuds popping up on every corner?
Starbucks.
I don't.
If I can add something to
Sure,
what's
go
being
ahead.
conversed here, when talking to Nancy Bush, I asked her why there was only one liquor, and she said, that is controlled by how many citizens you have in your population. She said, that's why we don't have two.
I know that.
And so if they're only allowing one of those, they'd probably only allow one marijuana shop because of our population size until we get much bigger.
Yeah.
But as far as we know, they don't have that requirement for OLCC.
Oh, they don't for this, but they do for
No.
liquor?
Yes.
Interesting.
They do have a
Well,
whole
how
list
many
of
do you
other
really need?
requirements.
Yeah.
You don't need any more than one.
Nope.
So if that's something the commission wants us to add, it's fairly straightforward. But
Yeah, it sounded like at the work session with the city commission, yeah, we were talking about stacking all of those regulations on top of the allowable area, and there being very little left over as far as options available to the public should they choose to want to open a shop.
That sounds fine.
Just recalling from our work session.
Yep.
Gladstone, they're still getting back to me on some of the questions I had, but their code currently prohibits all marijuana facilities, and they've put the issue on November ballot, just like Oregon City has.
Basically, they're working on it.
Yeah. West Lynn has referred the issue to the voters in November, and they're waiting to hear from the voters before they draft regulations. So I think they'll be looking at what we do and what Gladstone and other cities do nearby as well. Lake Oswego is proposing 1,500-foot buffers around schools, active parks, libraries, and community centers. 500-foot buffers from licensed child care facilities. They will allow production, processing, wholesale labs, and retail industrial in their industrial zones. They will allow retail use in most of their commercial and mixed-use zones, but prohibiting retail in the neighborhood commercial zone. And they're prohibiting marijuana facilities as a home occupation, which is what we're proposing as well.
I don't really see that as a home occ.
Yeah. Now, Milwaukee already had medical dispensary regulations. Their planning commission has recommended approval of their recreational marijuana business regulations. They're going to allow retail and commercial areas based on the 1,000-foot separation requirements. Similar to us, allowing processing and warehousing in industrial areas, testing and research in commercial and industrial areas. They're limiting outdoor grow sites in residential areas to those amounts allowed under state law, but they are allowing outdoor grows. They're requiring medical grow sites in residential areas to be indoors with ventilation and odor controls, unlike Oregon City's proposal, which is to require that any medical grows be in a commercially zoned area, not a residential area. And we've always had a ban on medical grows since 2012. If there are pre-existing medical grow sites in residential areas, we would treat them much like any other pre-existing non-conforming business, where they would have to show evidence that they had that right to be there and that they had not discontinued that use in order to be able to be a pre-existing legal non-conforming use.
So
Is that
that-
because,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Is that because that they have more plants, or allowed 12 or something, or is this those who grow it to sell it again?
Well, potentially there's a commercial use
I see,
aspect to
okay.
it. Yeah, because there's no, from what I understand from talking to the Oregon Health Authority, there's no longer a nonprofit requirement in the regulations. So if you're going to run it as a home occupation, then it would not be permitted.
Okay.
So you, just so I can understand clearly what you said, is that
Yeah.
we currently do not allow for medical marijuana growing anywhere, correct?
Except in commercial.
No, I mean
No.
currently.
Correct, right now.
So how
Yeah.
could someone claim a non-conforming use if we don't allow it?
Maybe if the county allowed it, and it's out in the county to that extent, that'd be the only one I can think of.
Well, I'm just talking about the current intact city limits of Oregon City.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you're right. They probably wouldn't
so
be
they
able to
wouldn't-
show that they could.
I heard
Yeah,
there were-
there'd be no way they
Yeah.
could show that they had a pre-existing
Or,
non-conforming
or that
use.
had been within the
I
last.
think I heard the word
Yeah.
grandfathered
There
in
was-
No,
today.
that's not the word.
There was a
heard
time
something.
period before the moratorium for marijuana businesses went into place when one could have submitted a business license for marijuana business, but we did not receive any.
Right, okay, so there'd be no way anyone could prove that they had a pre-existing non-conforming use. That's what it's called. It's not,
Okay.
grandfathering has to do with grandfathers, not with prior uses.
That was just one word you were using more.
Yeah, we don't use that anymore.
It's a colloquial.
It's terrible. Yeah, okay, so that makes sense. I just want to make sure that somebody out there in the cyberspace is going, oh, well, I had mine before the ordinance went into effect, and no, it's not.
No.
You didn't
It's a
legally.
good
have it.
clarification.
You didn't legally have it, and if you try to come in and say you did, you won't be able to make a case in the
Right.
affirmative because it wasn't have been allowed anyway.
Of course, until we see a proposal, we have,
Right.
you can't really test that, but that's our idea. And finally, with respect to Milwaukee and the North Milwaukee industrial area, there's some concern, and this is being debated right now at their city council level. They've got a lot of vacant industrial buildings and some vacant industrial land, and they were wanting to be sure that that is preserved for industrial
Industrial,
use.
right.
And so that's something that's being discussed right now. And their code allows personal outdoor production. So
According to state law, or do they have some other regulations?
just according to state law, yeah, from what I've seen.
That's what they told me too.
Recommendation, therefore, from staff is we're welcome to hear further testimony and input from the public and the Planning Commission. We are recommending approval of the proposed code amendments as included in the exhibits for your consideration. We do have these updated maps, which are fresh off the copier today. So there were some minor anomalies in the maps because they had to do with individual tax lots here and there throughout the city that the GIS technicians had to go in and correct. But they're very small, and they're 99% of correct.
So I noticed in the definitions that, since Paul asked the question, but we have, means an entity licensed by the Oregon Liquor Control Commission. So if somebody doesn't have access to that, how are they going to know what the definition of a marijuana wholesaler or a dispensary or any of these others if we're referring to some other code which is not within our code?
Well, the first step in the approval process is going to be to apply to the OLCC.
CC.
Yeah, OLCC. And then you're going to need to be familiar with the state definitions before you even approach the city. And then, so you need to be, as an applicant, you need to be aware of both. So I would expect that an
Are our
applicant-
requirements going to require them to have gone through that process before they come here, or is somebody going to be able to do these things simultaneously? I'm assuming we want sign-offs from you're nodding, from the state government before
Yeah,
they
we
can
will
move.
want, usually, the land use compatibility statement will need to come from the applicant. It's usually delivered to us,
Mhm.
and we will want to see their
Similar to what they do for
OLCC
liquor
application
licenses and
with
things.
that. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah.
And then don't you
Mm.
submit the business license along with the OLCC application? So if everything's, straight with the OLCC application, then you can approve the business license.
Yes.
I mean, those things
Yeah.
don't occur in mutually exclusive events at a staff level, right?
Right. There may, it's over the counter, so there may be a little bit
Right.
of back and forth for the applicant, but we try to minimize that as much as possible. So we'll develop some guides.
Yeah, because I would
And
think
that
that
sort
a
of thing.
component of that business license
Mhm.
should be
Still heard nothing from
whatever
the OLCC.
paperwork you have to do with the OLCC in order to.
Yeah, and you'll need either a Oregon City business license or a
Right.
Metro business license, which is good in several cities in the UGB.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but.
Yeah, those are really,
Yeah,
really vague.
yeah, okay,
I mean, it's really easy just to flash a Metro business license number, and it could
Mhm.
apply to almost anything.
Mm-hmm.
I would really want to see,
An
a
Oregon
fairly
City one.
strict governance of the business licenses in this realm of the universe, at least, because I think it's really, it's something that could easily get out of control, I think.
Right.
And with things like care facilities or, food handlers, things like that, our business license department checks the box to make sure that we have copies of those before we issue business licenses. So there's checking and then rechecking again
Okay.
from both agencies.
Well, Paul, I would agree with you, but I would apply that across the board to all business licenses should be
Indeed, yeah.
strictly
Yeah.
scrutinized and reviewed. We have too many people that do the fly-by-night into town, do work, and then they are out of town, and then they're not licensed or business
Well,
licensed or anything of that sort.
Yeah, I mean, I understand, so there are contractors out there that are serving a variety of different jurisdictions and that kind of thing, and it's a real pain to get separate business licenses. And I think that's where the Metro license comes in
Yes.
pretty,
Some people
Contractor,
don't even do that,
yeah.
though.
Right. Right.
Good point.
Any other questions for staff?
I have a couple of questions about the maps, but I don't know if we want to do it now or wait till testimony.
Let's do that.
Feel,
Are we ready to
We're
take
at
public
seven.
testimony?
Sure.
fine.
Let's do it.
Okay. So first up, we have Doug Neely, former mayor of Oregon City. Good evening, Mr.
Commissioners,
Mayor.
I'm not a mayor in this case. I'm representing the Oregon City Together organization, educates youth on the danger of drugs and alcohol. I spoke last time, and we put forward the recommendation of including the college, not only, well, because of the age issue there, but also a lot of high school students from both Oregon City High School and the Clackamas Academy of Industrial Sciences take courses there as well. We did put forward an additional proposal, and that had to do with your 1,000-foot restriction. Pointed out that school buses will not pick up any students unless they're located within unless they're located more than 1 mile from the school, and 1,000 feet is less than a fifth of that distance. So the opportunity of students walking through areas where marijuana is being produced when they're going to school or returning from school is very high. There's no specific recommendation that we would have, but you might consider using Lake Oswego's distance as opposed to the one that's being proposed to you here. I have other members here of that Oregon City Together too. I don't think they're signing up to speak, so I'm representing them.
What was the Lake Oswego distance again?
1,500?
1,500 from schools, 500 from daycare.
Right. And I think they have a reciprocal requirement for any new daycares to be located the same distance as well, so that they don't inadvertently set themselves into a buffer zone, but that might be too far in this case. Now, let me just clarify, I'm sorry, you wanted to have, could you repeat what you wanted to have, because the distance was too short for the school buses?
Well, the distance, I mean, students would have to, if they weren't coming from,
The school buses have a mile.
yes, a mile, and the point is the 1,000 feet is only 1/5 of that distance. That is, a lot of students would be walking that could walk by dispensaries on the way to and from school with just 1,000 feet.
But then if we had a buffer of 1 mile.
Well, I wasn't suggesting, we didn't make a recommendation, and I suggested the Lake Oswego's as an alternative.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
The other thing Lake Oswego had was 1,000 feet between retail outlets. And I guess to take your concerns into account, I almost think that would be the more reasonable thing, because that would, potentially then limit them to only passing one site rather than 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 sites.
I think I turned
Should
my
a
phone off.
Starbuds know to appear.
Please don't give anybody the idea to name a business that. That is
It's already copyrighted. I looked into it. So,
yeah, my phone's off.
so I guess my question would be: would you see that as an equitable compromise rather than just increasing the radius? Okay.
I like that.
Any other questions? Any other comments?
No, that's fine. I don't know if anybody else,
I-
no other comments from the other members here.
Okay, great.
They can just nod.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I only have one other person signed up, so if there's anybody that's not signed up that would like to speak, this would be a good time to get one of the slips and fill out your name. I have Mario Mamone.
I remember you.
Good evening to each of you, and thank you for the opportunity to address you. I live in West Lynn and been there about 4 years.
You need to say your name briefly.
Okay, my name is Mario Mamone.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I live in West Lynn and lived there a bunch of years, and I look at Oregon City as our sister city because I do most of my shopping here in Oregon City. We go through Oregon City to eat dinner, and residential area for us is West Lynn. I'm also a dispensary owner in Clackamas County and have been so since 2011, operating a successful business called Maritime Cafe. And really what I'm here to do is congratulate you. I think you've done an awesome job. It's a difficult subject. It's a difficult topic, particularly for people in your position that have to represent the people of the city. But I think it's important that you have all the information to base your decisions on. And I come across some information that I think is very valuable for each of you to have. And I've made some copies of this. Fairview is being sued now for banning medical marijuana grows.
Could you say that again?
The city of Fairview is being sued for banning medical marijuana laws. And based on the Oregon League
Meaning
of
grows, not laws.
Marijuana Grows.
Yeah, you
I'm
said
sorry.
laws. That's okay. I'm thinking,
I
how can
apologize.
somebody sue somebody
Yeah.
for having a law? Okay. All right, I'm with you.
And based on the Oregon League of Cities and Counties, there's no state law that allows any city to ban medical marijuana. And I brought you a copy of that as well, that I think might be of valuable information to see what they propose be done in this situation. And so in many ways you may be going in a direction that is not a positive direction based on what's happening in Oregon right now. And I'll pass these along. The other thing I hear often, and I've heard here a bunch of times, is odor, odor, odor. And that's recently been settled in the Oregon Appeals Court that the smell of marijuana is not an offensive odor. They said that, like anything else, some people like it, some people don't. But because you don't like it does not make it an offensive odor. And I gave you a copy of the Oregon Live article, and underneath that I went ahead and put the opinion of the appeals court. So I suggest as you go down this road again, and I see odor coming all the time, that may not be the way that you want to enforce your marijuana laws here in the city. Because I think that as time goes on, we're going to see this is going to end up in the courts as well. But the courts have already said it's not. And so I'm going to go ahead and pass this on to you. Thank you, Pete. And now I'd like to talk a little bit more personally. And I want to talk for all the medical marijuana growers and medical marijuana patients in Oregon City. And there's a very likelihood that over 50% of those people are going to be voting yes come November. And I think it's important that each of you realize that you represent those 50% of the people, and that you should represent them fairly and honestly like you do everyone else. And to minimize their access to their medicine that they've been doing for over a decade under the Oregon medical marijuana law seems totally incompassionate to me, and in some ways irresponsible. because you folks are looking at these people that need this medicine and you're taking it away from them. And really, when you look at OLCC and all the laws that they've passed and what OHA has in place, there's very, very little place for any of that medical marijuana that these few people are growing and sharing with each other, growers and patients, to go anywhere illegally. The laws are so strict. So again, I think you really need to consider the health of these people. What you're doing is you're forcing them to go someplace else to get their medicine. Many of these people are low-income people. They don't have the money to go anywhere else. They're on welfare, they're on food stamps, and they're on disability insurance. And I know that from 2011 to 2016, we deal with medical marijuana patients, and they're the low-income customers that we have. And I don't see why you would want to put this kind of a burden on these poor, innocent people. There are people that are dealing with PTS, thank you, veterans that have come back that need this medicine. I'm one of them. There's people with severe injuries that need this medicine. They prefer this than opiates. And you know the situation that's going on with opiates in this country. Why would we want to push people more in that direction by taking their medical marijuana away? I think there's many people here at our dispensaries that came with brain surgeries that needed American medical marijuana, all kinds of stress. It's not a drug to get high on. Yes, it's been used that way, but we see more and more that these people are medical marijuana patients because they got the note from their doctor that says it's okay, you need this. Why deny them that? So I ask that you consider these as you go down the road to make a final decision. And my last comment is, show that you respect these people that are going to be voting in November, which may be more than 50%, that you did an honest job to allow these businesses to succeed in Oregon City. That not that they have to go to Gladstone, not they have to go to Lake Oswego or anyone else to get their medicine. They can do it safely, honestly, and securely in Oregon City. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't clap, please.
Pete, do you have anything else for us?
I don't. I do want to point out that tomorrow night we'll be going to a work session with the City Commission to discuss the proposal. And then August 17th. So tomorrow night, August 9th, we have a work session, 5:30 p.m. And then the first City Commission public hearing is August 17th at 7 p.m. Where we'll be discussing the proposal. And the public's welcome to attend those. The work session is just a work session. You can't give public testimony at the work session, but you can give public testimony at the public hearings.
And the work session is strictly on what we've been discussing. The marijuana.
Well, we have two items on the work session for City Council, City Commission tomorrow, which will be a membrane structure discussion and also the recreational marijuana business regulations. Mm-hmm. So, thank you.
So are we at a point to close public testimony?
Apparently so.
Okay. So public testimony is closed in this matter. We have discussion?
I do. Pete, can you pull up like the retail map just so we have some kind of roughly to. There, that's it. I finally was able to get the stupid PDF to load on my computer today, and it's my computer. It's not. You guys sent good stuff, but it just was not working. I'm looking at off of Division. There's that large blob that. Okay, yeah, that's it. Is my recollection that's like an assisted living facility?
Correct.
And so I'm not sure how that would be.
So that
I mean,
is-
that's residential. So
It's zoned mixed-use employment, I believe, or, yeah, it is. And so we've got an existing allowance for retail in the mixed-use employment zone up to a certain percentage. So hypothetically, if there's an existing building there and it was to change use, or if it was just vacant property and somebody
Okay.
wanted to put a new one up,
Okay,
And
I-
a portion
yeah, I-
of that would be available as a retail
All right.
zone area, yeah.
And then going further north, just right there, up there, isn't that the pump station for the?
I don't know, because the map's so small.
Yeah, that was kind of the problem I
Yeah.
had. But I mean, that looks like that's the pump station for the water treatment plant where the split is for West Lynn and Oregon
It
City.
may well be.
But so I guess that would show up as
Mixed-use employment.
well, or
Potentially. Yeah.
institutional.
Which one is it again?
The one right before the little switchback on Anchor Way. So you want to point to
Yeah.
it, Pete, so
Sorry,
she can.
let me try that without blinding anybody.
There.
Right there.
Would you like us to bring up a copy of a zoning map while you guys are talking?
No, I'm just. I mean, if it's mixed use, it's mixed use. I'm just, want to make sure that.
Yeah.
Um,
We didn't propose allowing retail in the institutional zone,
Right.
but we did in the MUE,
Okay.
subject to those retail limitations.
Um,
Yeah, mixed-use employment.
And then the last area, the one that I'm really most concerned with, those were just kind of is Kanema, which comes through as quite a little sawtooth of plots.
Yeah, we
But
really want that.
my concern with that is it's a national historic district. And to me, that's tantamount to setting up a shop at Crater Lake or Mount Rushmore or any place. So my thought would be that we'd want to exclude the Kanema National, Historic
It's a National
District.
Register District.
Well, it's a National Historic District. We don't
Yes.
even
The
register it.
zoning
On the
there
National
is
Register of Historic
HC,
Place.
historic commercial.
Yeah.
So the thinking was we'd treated all the mixed-use zones the same, including the HC, because the HC is traditionally deferred to the mixed-use corridor zone in terms of allowed permitted uses and
Right.
those sorts of things.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I understand that reasoning.
Yeah.
I just think
Yeah,
that
okay.
Kanema in itself is
Mhm.
a special district, and while there might have been opium dens back there back in the history,
Probably
it's
not.
still not. I think it's like I said, it's like setting up shop in. Well, I'm sure there's a lot of grows in the Mount Hood National Forest, but they weren't legal. So my thought would be that we put an exclusion for the National Historic District. And I would specifically say Kanema National Historic District because should some of the things happening around Willamette Falls with the National Heritage Site, all that sort of stuff, is potential that at some point all of Oregon City might get plopped into some sort of thing. I'm not worried about what happens in the future. I just don't want suddenly everything becomes illegal because of that. I want Kanema to have its special, and we can deal with the rest as it pops up.
Are you talking about this right in
Um,
Yeah.
here? That little yellow right in there?
This area right here.
Yeah.
In terms
Right
of
here.
use restrictions,
But it's not.
specific to the National
That's-
Register
that's what I'm
District, typically our historic overlay district does not really get into use restrictions. It gets into guidelines for architecture and,
Mhm. No, I-
compatibility with adjacent
means no
structures and
blackout
things like
windows.
that. So I understand what you're saying, but I would want to
Talking about
get
this right here.
Historic
This
Review
right
Board
here.
input on a proposal like that before deciding to do it. But I understand your concern.
Yeah. I mean,
I guess,
Mm.
I'm sorry.
well, I mean, I heard both ways. It's like,
Yeah.
what? So people back in 1900 never smoked marijuana? I mean, and I grew up reading stories about sailing ships that pulled into port and couldn't tie up because somebody smoked all the rope. That's where the term comes from. It was hemp, and that's what they did with it. But it just seems that it
agree
has a
with you.
special status, and so irrespective of anything else, it's a national historic. It's not a state park. It's not a it's, and we need to recognize that. And
Be nice
and
if
its
we could
character.
get rid of some of the non-conforming uses down there, so
Well-
it could thrive and flourish, but
They also don't have any guidelines within their design standards for things like use, right? If it's
Mhm.
retail's allowed in the zoning designation already.
Yeah.
Or to check with them, I don't
Oh.
know what kind of input they would be able to provide.
Yeah.
well, I think that a retail use in that area would not be able to meet the design guidelines, because we're talking about blackout windows and, you know,
Well, like I said, it's a special place, and I think
I
it
don't
needs some
disagree
extra
with you.
protection rather
I
than
don't-
just,
I
the
don't
hope and
disagree with you,
praise.
Damon.
so.
I think overall, if I put my, and I don't know, have you guys collected any kind of crime stats on any of the, issues related to the wholesale production, sale, and use of,
Crime statistics?
yeah, any kind of,
I asked about that last week,
yeah,
actually.
okay, I'm sorry.
But we
We,
didn't have any information,
Okay,
We-
so,
ask away.
I mean, I guess my concern when I look at these maps, and I know that they correspond with the specific zoning designations that they're allowed in, and I get that. But when you just look at them, and when I hear the testimony that the facilities should be conveniently located and easily accessible, it just seems like the places, the largest areas where they're allowed are in really far-flung areas of the city. They're way down here and along Beaver Creek. They're way up here around Clackamas Cove,
Which isn't developed.
which isn't developed, but will be.
They have a master plan.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, but I mean, right now, tomorrow, if this was adopted, or November 9th, if it's legalized, there's nothing there.
Well, I think that's a whole nother thing too. I think it's a lot more important that we consider and put safeguards in place, for this rather than not approving anything and not having something in case the voters do actually approve something. But I just don't know how to get my head wrapped around the far-flungedness, if you will, of some of the allowable locations of the dispense and sale of these things.
Yeah, well, we started the mapping process by first just mapping the OLCC buffers of 1,000
Yeah.
feet, and then we added
It's
in
the
the
fire
250-foot local buffer that we're
Mhm.
proposing. And by the time we combine those two buffers into one overlay, which is shown,
I get the red soils area.
yeah,
I think that's an
there's
appropriate.
very little in the
place for
center
production.
of the city.
I
That's,
get,
And then we have our
the
residential
retail
zones.
uses along Malala Avenue. I think
Mhm.
that makes sense. That's a well-traveled
Mhm.
and could be a well-patrolled area. It's very visible.
Mhm.
But these areas like Kenema, like, Clackamas Cove area, like, maybe Settlers Point is okay, I don't know. But they're still very far-flung and very kind of out of the way. And I just,
Depends on who you're asking is out of the way.
gives him pause, I guess.
Yep.
Well, Clackamas Cove, Clackamas Cove.
Clackamas Cove.
Clackamas.
Yeah, sorry.
That's late.
The Cove.
The Cove, yes.
We'll have to have a vote on that at some point.
We do.
With Main Street being improved
Yeah.
and increasing connections to 99E, and I anticipate that it will become a much more visited
Yeah.
retail area, and similarly, the traffic that travels along 99E along through the historic Kenema district in the historic commercial base zone there is one of the areas that we've discussed, and as
And I know that there is,
Mm.
there is Kenema Park up there, which has a very small buffer, but there's also the
Mhm.
Metro Park property
Yes, which
that
is
hasn't
large.
really been
right
accounted for, and I'd like to see
a metro.
something there as well. Maybe.
Talking about the,
So we put in city-owned public parks. We didn't put in
Regional.
private HOA.
well, Kenema
or-
Park is a
or-
city park.
Kenema Park.
And
is
it
Kenema-
doesn't show
It
up
doesn't
on
show
here.
up there?
No. Good point, Paul. It is in the Kenema Children's Park.
That's
There
And
is-
the rest of the
on-
Kenema Park.
On one of the maps, it does show.
You get the cemetery. Okay, we'll look
You
into
think
that.
that's it
Yeah,
right
the,
there?
the
Yeah.
composite map does. If you have the, if you
The
put
blue
all the blobs together, it's shown right.
Yeah, that's a park, yeah.
Yeah,
that's-
but the
that's
rest of them.
This right here?
Yeah, that's,
And I think
because it's up above.
Yeah,
But there's still the
our
golf park.
feeling with these maps is that
yeah.
they are subject to error. What is going to regulate is the code. And, you know, I think we can certainly keep tweaking the maps and get them right.
But I think the
Yeah.
metro property part of it's in the
And
city.
then I also wanted to
Yeah, it's,
add in
It's
and circle
almost
back
like
and add in
this.
some of the testimony that I heard tonight about making the buffers a little larger, the 1,500 feet.
Okay? We can do that. It will have the effect of
I thought
further
you were
minimizing the
suggesting-
available retail.
I thought you were suggesting the alternate of the buffer, not the buffer, but the separation
Of
between
that was
uses
side of the dimension.
Yeah, I
as
mean,
opposed to the
there's-
increasing the buffer.
I have two
Damon
concerns.
said that.
Oh, I thought
Increasing
Paul
the
said
buffer
that. I mean,
and then-
actually
yeah.
Doug said that, sorry.
Yeah, and then the location of the largest areas of allowed use being kind of, almost in kind of a dumbbell fashion in you know, where you have a northern area where it's all allowed and then a southern area, and then a little tiny strip of a commercial, and then down in Kenema there. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't,
I mean, the vast majority of exclusion is because it's residential,
Mhm.
really more than
anything
in the
else.
buildings.
Yeah, the gray areas are all restricted areas because they're residential.
yeah,
We
That's
just,
good.
yeah. So by the time you've taken into account these buffers and residential zones, there's a few corridors left, and yeah.
have you had any input from the police at all about this proposal?
they're taking a stated wait-and-see approach
Okay.
on this. Mhm.
We did have somebody last session who's, what was it again? Was his father an officer of State Patrol, State
You
Policeman?
know, we had
Or
some
what was-
testimony last week.
And he was saying that he welcomed it because it would lessen the amount of work and the amount of people they were taking to jail.
Yeah, but
That's what he
without,
said.
without the guy, the actual police officer being here,
Yeah.
But he was-
I don't.
But he was speaking for his father. But you hear that a lot anyway, because people,
don't
they don't
hear
have to penalize people for small amounts, but and then
I-
I'll
I- I
constantly
have
be
never
arresting
heard
them.
that from-
I've heard
from
it on the
anyone.
national news, actually. I wish I had it for you.
I wish
But
you did.
My concern is, I mean, you can contest anything anyone here in this room says, including me, but that doesn't make it false or true.
I
mean,
didn't say that.
what I'm thinking is, you may not know the answer to this, but they were suggesting that in the first quarter there was about $3 million in revenue from taxes on this, and I'm wondering, is that, maybe the gentleman from Maritime knows, is that based on the amount of sales or the amount of citizens in your area that they partition out the tax dollars? Do you have any idea? Because I know if it's too spread out, people are just going to go right down Highway 99 to where there's several
I
shops.
think they're basing that on a estimate of the number of licenses issued statewide.
I see.
Yeah.
And so if you have one here, you get a portion of that 3 million.
Yeah.
Not that money's the most important thing here, but
It certainly is not, but we heard that last week about some other issue, that it was all about
Mm-hmm.
the money, so
So,
not real thrilled about that.
Commissioner Espy, we could do further mapping. I would speculate that adding another 500 foot to the retail separation requirement would further shrink the map that we're looking at.
I mean, I don't want to
Yeah,
get,
to-
I don't want it to get to the point where it's exclusionary, because I think that's at cross purposes of where we're really trying to go here. I don't
And
want
that
to,
is
I don't want to,
staff's concern.
in a draconian way, I don't want to exclude it by expanding the buffers to the point where it's not going to be allowed anywhere. I just want to make sure that, that, the sensitive receptors, if you will, our kids and older folks are better protected than, and the buffers are adequate. That's all.
Understand.
And I guess, and then that ties in with the more centrally located areas by which this activity occurs.
Yeah, the impact on children has been heavily discussed, and I think it's been discussed in Lake Oswego probably
Yeah.
more than anywhere.
Absolutely,
And I've
yeah.
read some of the reports that went to your planning commission about that, and I really understand it. We feel that the buffers that are proposed, including the 250-foot buffer around childcare facilities, which is a city buffer, are adequate. And I don't know that there's that much more. There's evidence there that the additional 500-foot would really do that much more, particularly taking into account OLCC's regulations on access, security, surveillance, licensing, all of that.
Yeah, I mean, just eyeballing the map, adding 500 feet would really only impact the area around First Street, the industrial area around Fir, because the northern end that would be impacted is all county land. It's the health clinic and the county buildings and everything. So, you're really just squeezing the southern end of the map, and and that's about as, I mean, if that's industrial. It's major commercial. It's trucking. It's so if somebody was going to do something there, you're kind of eliminating their abilities. And then you've got the two shopping centers. That's retail. That's the definition of this. So, and as far as access, what you were talking about earlier, all these nodes, and as we've talked about many, many times, are on the entries to Oregon City, with the exception of Tumwater. All the traffic comes through one of those two nodes. So if people need access, there's buses, they can pull their car over and buy it on the way, whatever the case may be. So the poor guys out on South End who decide they want to do something later in the day and have to get back in their car and drive, oh well, they have to do the same thing for a beer and hard alcohol. So
I'll just chime in on this zone of exclusion zone. I think you can probably make an argument for bigger or smaller zones, but I do find it ironic that there's no exclusion zone around the county jail.
I saw that. Maybe that's the county's considering
Just-
having a money-making operation,
just a
I
thought.
guess. Well, I don't know how many NPR listeners there are here, but I won't ask. But let me take a devil's advocate view, in the sense that I heard an interview with the mayor of the city of Albany, and she said that she had received many complaints from people. She's obviously, some of them were misinformed because they were from out of state, walking into a medical marijuana dispensary and being unable to purchase marijuana. And she basically stated that their community does not allow it right now. So I'm paraphrasing the interview that I heard, was that she said that they were not that concerned about it because not every community needs to have everything that everybody might want. You might want to live next door to a 7-Eleven, but that doesn't mean that zoning or other places are going to allow it. And she said until their community enacted regulations, she had no problem in, telling people that it was not allowed in her community. So while I understand the need for retail convenience, just because I want a Trader Joe's here doesn't mean that a Trader Joe's is going to come here. So it's like with anything else. I'm not making any differentiation between this or any other retail use, but I think because of the nature of this particular retail product, it does have additional regulations and stipulations, whether it be, as Tom says, it shouldn't be fearful, but obviously the state of Oregon decided that it needed to have additional regulations. And if somebody has to drive to the Maritime Cafe to get whatever they want, I drive to that area to pick up tortillas. And there isn't a tortilla factory in Oregon City that I need to buy my tortillas at, so I drive down there and get them a couple of times a month. But that's just the way it is. I'm very sympathetic to the concerns that Mr. Neely has raised, and I'm not as familiar with the organization as I should be, but I am aware of it, and I know what they are trying to do, and I think that they have a very good, sound basis for their suggestions, and I think it's something that we need to be cognizant about. I appreciate I thought maybe there would be more than one article. That there were. There's just. Is this our copy, or this is the copy for the
Need to
record?
make copies
Okay.
of that.
So I guess I'm particularly concerned about this second article about odor. I am personally acquainted with a homeowner that lives adjacent to a property where there are 4 medical marijuana patients. And this particular resident has continually had concerns with the police department, about not being able to have her windows open because the odor from the 4 patients is wafting into her kitchen window, and she doesn't find that particularly appealing. I'm very sympathetic with that particular situation, and while I don't want to generalize and speak for everyone, but there are many people in Oregon and in the Oregon City community that have major respiratory problems. Any smoke of any sort would cause aggravation to their lungs, their health, regardless of what the substance is. And some of you recall the many forest fires we had in the area some years back, and Oregon City was inundated with forest fire smoke. And I was very aware of many residents, including myself personally, who were really unable to leave their homes because it was physically irritating and caused respiratory problems. So to me, that's a health hazard. I have concerns about, I'm not really sure, I wish I'd had my car with me because I have a tape measure and I want to see what 10 feet is from the property line. I think, Pete, you're proposing some sort of a reasonable standard, but is 10 feet adequate? And I'm going to be in contrary to you. I know you're going to argue that people should be able to do wherever they want in their backyard. And Tom, I respect your opinion, but I am telling you that from a personal standpoint, I don't really want to see it in my next door neighbor's backyard. And I live in a much more dense neighborhood than you do. I mean, I can literally stand up and look down into my neighbor's yard. I don't really want to see what they're growing. No matter what they have in their backyard, I don't want to smell it in their backyard. I don't want to be prohibited from using my property in a normal and ordinary way because somebody decides that they need to do whatever they want to do in their backyard. And that would, I know that there are probably other people who may feel that way. I am apologizing to you in advance, but I think it should be indoors, and that way it only affects the person who's doing it. It doesn't affect somebody else.
Are you ready? I can understand that. I happen to think that the plant is a very beautiful green plant.
I'm not saying it's not
but
beautiful.
I wanted to tell you, and I almost brought the pill bottle with me tonight. I have been on allergy pills for the last 15 years. Every day I take one because I'm allergic to the pollen of all the plants next door to me. And so I don't tell them they can't grow those plants. They're beautiful plants. I don't tell them what they can and can't grow against the fence. Or even further into their backyards. I have neighbors who have 2 dogs who crap all along the side of the fence next to me.
Welcome to my world.
But, and according to, I asked Nancy Bush about it today, and according to that, you can turn someone in for a nuisance for those kind of
Yes.
odors. But
If it's poopy smell, yes.
yes, well, it's also plant smell. Do you know that some people are growing hops in the city, and they have a pretty bad odor too?
Were you familiar with you probably weren't here when we had the CV hop yards down off of Agnes Avenue.
I went to work on Morrison Street downtown near
And
the
you
Blitz
could-
Brewery,
you
and I
could
could smell it
you
every
could
day.
smell the hops, yes.
But my point is that every time I speak about this, it makes me feel, someone told me it makes me look like I'm just pushing this. I want marijuana growing everywhere, and I love this and that. That's not. I would probably never do this or take advantage of it. The main reason I'm doing this or talking about this is the freedom to grow at least what the state allowed as the minimum in a backyard if it's set back. And I told Pete, I didn't care what the setback was. I mean, it could have been 20 feet, I mean, if they're concerned about it. But you do have a recourse with, if you don't like the odors, the dog barking, dogs doing this, hops, anything, you can complain. But I'm taking an allergy pill every day. That Scotch broom that somehow got on every freeway, without even, I have to roll up my windows and hold my breath. Pardon? I have to hold my breath even with the windows closed because I get so sick with that. But again, I'm taking pills but I don't complain about everybody having something I don't care for. In our neighborhood, you can't grow bamboo, you can't grow ivy. Some people do in their backyards, but again, I'm not complaining about that, and it's their right to grow that in their backyard as long as they've said not seen in the front. But I see plants from my windows too. I have a 2-story house, but it doesn't bother me what somebody's growing because they like flowers. So that's just my. Let me see. I think I had sent something else here. I wrote down.
Just for the record,
I know.
I've had it since birth.
Well, I did too. I finally figured it in high school because outside our
no.
cafeteria was a Scotch bloom, not broom. Excuse me.
Yeah,
now I
it's
know what you were laughing
bloom,
about.
It's a bloom, yes.
But the growing season for this plant, I mean, look at Oregon. It's not going to be all winter long. It's usually a summer thing that somebody puts out, and so and I think if there is an odor at all, it's usually in the fall when it's finishing up, and people typically hang those inside because you're right. They don't want to. People don't want to see that or smell that. But again, this is a short growing season in the
Still
state
have-
of Oregon. This is not California, Arizona.
People still can't have their windows open. That's
I can't have my windows open because of a lot of stuff in our neighborhood, but I'm just saying that pollen affects
Like
me.
I said, I'm giving you the devil's advocate.
Okay, and I'm
I
playing the
I
other
decided
devil's advocate.
I had to give you the contrary view because, you were very persistent about that, and I just said, well, there is another side to this story.
Oh, I know. I'll give you some of my allergy pills. Anyway, enough on the subject.
I already take them.
Okay, any other areas of discussion that we want to pursue?
So how far is 10 feet? Should I walk from
I'm
here to
About
there
from
and do
me
10
to
feet?
Tom.
I was going
Yeah.
to say, I'm
Yeah.
6 feet tall.
Just about
So
from me
it's
to
probably
Tom.
to the ceiling, isn't it?
No.
That's another,
No.
or just a little lower?
No, it's, you're reaching up to 8 feet right there, so.
That's probably about
Okay, so another 2 feet above that.
yeah.
So again, from Pete to me.
No.
No,
It's about
no,
20
that's
feet.
20 feet.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
From you.
From me to you, it's about
Yeah.
10 feet.
Yeah, so if you have a 50 by 100 lot, or a 60 by 100 lot, might be in the middle,
Yeah.
could be in the middle of the lot.
Or a 30-foot lot.
Yeah. I guess the other thing that hasn't been said yet is, do we want to talk about the idea of 1,000 feet between retailers as a buffer?
Yeah, so
Um,
I've heard 4 things which you may or may not want to make motions on, it's up to you, but increasing the separation requirement for retail to 1,500 feet, requiring a 1,000-foot minimum between retail use, and prohibiting in the Kenema Historic
Whoa.
National Register District.
Okay, did it just all go away?
It just
That
timed
back
out.
up.
It just says we have to do Control-Alt-Delete to unlock this computer.
Or you can just do this.
So why don't we
And then
take,
the fourth one is the indoor-outdoor question.
Well,
Right.
I think one of the things that we are probably forgetting is that the way it sounds like there's this just gold rush and every retailer in Oregon City is going to allow these sorts of uses in their building. I think some people who own retail properties, commercial properties, industrial properties are going to basically say no, that they don't want this type of use in their facility, in their buildings, and that's totally legal because I asked the question. So I really, in all honesty, I think that it's going to depend on the market, to be honest with you. I don't think there's going to be some mad dash that every retail vacancy here in Oregon City is going to get filled up by some sort of marijuana retail business.
Yeah, I agree.
right, and I would not personally be apologetic with the restrictions. I know we've kind of talked back and forth about whether it should be 1,000 feet, 1,500 feet, or whatever. But as it was pointed out several weeks ago, there's one liquor store in Oregon City, and I would venture to say that people in Oregon City that want to have hard liquor are not being deprived by having one
No,
liquor store, and if they
because there's
choose
other
to-
places they can go.
or a different city.
Yes.
So it's not as if the fact that there's only one outlet is preventing them from having
Exactly.
that. It may not be totally convenient. They may have to get in their car and go somewhere.
Centrally located.
But, so I think, and coupled with what you just said, the reality is, in a city the size of Oregon City, you're probably not going to see more than a handful of retail outlets in the whole city at the outside, maybe 2 or 3 at the most. So with the restrictions that we have, I would not say that you're preventing people from having the opportunity to have a business. It's still I think my biggest personal objection is not the retail business. It's the fact that we're allowing people in residential neighborhoods to use it outdoor, or to have it growing outdoors. And that's, since we went back to the work session where we talked about it, that's my biggest concern is, the potential of somebody knowing that you're growing some in your backyard, and they jump the fence or whatever to get to it. And there's no restriction on age for people jumping the fence. In fact, I think the younger kids are more able to jump the fence than older people. So that would be my biggest concern, is not so much the retail and the production, but the outdoor growing.
In the crime statistics, how many cars do you think are stolen out of driveways? How many lawn
You know, we're
equipment?
not,
But I'm
okay.
just saying that if you...
Tom, I appreciate, you want to play devil's advocate. That's not the game I'm playing here. I'm saying
I know, I'm not playing a game, but I'm really serious.
we're not comparing marijuana to cars.
But it's the same
Yeah.
thing. People are going to steal what they're going to steal.
What
if
I'm
they don't know a
saying,
plant's there,
It's something that, and, we've had this conversation.
right?
I'm a former user.
Right.
I know that if I was a teenage kid and my neighbor was growing it, and I had the opportunity to jump the fence and get it, and they didn't catch me, that would be sport for me.
If you knew they were growing it.
Exactly.
Well, you'll
And I'm just
smell it,
saying,
won't you?
that's my
They
biggest
all
objection.
find out.
That's my biggest objection to what we're talking about here. It's not the retail or the commercial production. It's the fact that, Johnny can see what's in his neighbor's yard from, maybe he gets on his roof or something and he sees it. And he spies the opportunity. And that's where I think the vulnerability in residential districts, which I find ironic, we're excluding the entire residential
But you can grow it in
zoning
your
of the
backyard.
whole city from commercial production, and yet it's okay, hypothetically, you could have
Every single
every
person in
single-
Gaffney,
every single backyard in Oregon City could have 4 plants.
Because the state approved that.
yeah.
I'm just saying, that's my big, well, if they're
Yeah.
growing inside, I'm not concerned about that.
If we're going to try and prevent every crime in the city, including that,
We're not talking about
but you're
preventing every
specifically
crime.
focusing in on crime
That's because
of
that's what
jumping
we're
a fence.
talking about. That's what we're talking about. We are talking about, this is an inviting product that if somebody has the opportunity, may take advantage of it.
So if you want to be that specific, it has nothing to do with what's on the agenda tonight. That's a business. Everything on there is about growth, selling, all that stuff. It has nothing to do with personal. So it doesn't belong in our discussion
Well,
about businesses.
As
It's
I
a
understand
personal.
it, that's what we're,
That's what we
one
were
of the
talking
It
things
about.
doesn't
we're
even
talking
belong
about.
in this discussion, because that should be a different discussion.
It's part of this regulation.
But that's business. The whole regulation's regarding business,
No, it's
not
not.
about
it's
personal.
not.
No.
You're
What
wrong.
is what is the
It says
headline
right
on the
here,
agenda?
Marijuana business and personal
Personal cultivation.
cultivation.
It's been changed since the last time. The last time it said business,
No, it's
because
the
Zach
same.
agreed with me.
So why are we having this discussion about a 10-foot setback in your backyard?
He added it into that, and
That's my only concern about this regulation.
you're going to have code enforcement going out so unnecessarily on every one of these that
Well,
somebody thinks they
here's-
smell something stinky in someone's yard.
Well, here's my response to that, which is, and I admit to hopping fences and stealing more than my share of apples and plums, is a marijuana plant gets stripped. You have the ability to say, you know what, I'm not letting those punk kids do that to me again, and I'm going to replant indoors. You can't do that to an apple tree or a plum tree or a pear tree. So I think going back to, we were talking about the market being driven. If you got a neighborhood where kids are stripping the plants, the people are going to stop planting them, or they're going to move them where they're secure. So yeah, it might be a problem initially, but I think it's going to be a problem that cures itself. So that's
Okay, well, and that's why we're having this
Right.
conversation.
Well,
because-
we have two commissioners who were in favor of no outside cultivation, so.
luckily there's 5
Zach was,
commissioners.
but he couldn't
No,
be
I
here
see we have
tonight.
two so far.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying. At least thank God there's 5, so there won't be a
So
deadlock no matter what.
we've talked about 4.
Wait, are we talking about cultivation for personal use? That's-
Yeah.
Yes.
That's 4 plants.
Hmm.
That's minimal.
Yeah.
That's 4 plants.
It's one plant, it's 4 plants too many for me. I don't support outdoor growing,
I have-
period.
But you don't support marijuana at all.
I didn't say that. I said
Well,
I
you
don't
said that.
support outdoor
We want
growing.
to just
Okay,
take each one of the
so
4
that's what I was
items.
gonna
I'm just-
say.
I,
We have 4 items that we need to discuss.
Okay, let's go through 'em.
Not, I think we've discussed. I think what I'd like to do is carry each one of those through.
So I wanted to
and-
get it
and
over with last time.
Come to a consensus, either yes or no on each one. So first one was,
Whether to increase the 1,000-foot buffer or separation requirement from 1,000 foot to 1,500 foot.
Right.
From a school or from Clackamas Community College.
okay,
Yeah.
so the question is, who's in favor of increasing the requirement from what's written as 1,000 feet to 1,500 feet? You want to take a poll?
Okay.
Can I ask, is that opposed to the other one we thought of 1,000 feet between stores?
No, this is
No,
a separate
this
deal.
is
Okay,
separate.
all right.
That's a separate one.
Okay. A poll or a vote?
I thought it was
Poll.
just a
We're just
poll.
It's just a
polling.
poll. Yeah.
Okay. All those in favor?
I can go either way on it.
I would say aye.
I'd say aye.
Nay.
I can go either way.
You got to choose.
Choose.
Kind of with you on this one. I keep thinking 1,000-foot buffer between stores would make the difference. I think
That's
1,000
understood.
is, what was Lake Oswego, 1,500?
Yeah.
1,500.
And we haven't heard from the other, I talked to the other cities, but they didn't say anything about buffers.
Because they don't have anything.
And what does that 1,500-foot buffer do to where the retailers can be or whatever? Is that,
It's going
No.
to shrink it significantly.
then I say nay if it shrinks it too much.
Denise?
Like I said, I can go either way on it.
Well, you're the tie-breaking vote. Got 2 noes, 2 yeses.
I'd rather see a separation between businesses.
Okay. So that's a no right at this point then.
Okay, so the buffer zone would stay at 1,000 feet. Okay, second item?
Second item is to require a minimum of 1,000 feet between individual marijuana retail facilities.
Aye.
I'm okay with that.
Aye.
I hear too.
Aye.
Okay.
So that one's
So the buffer of 1,000.
Oh, separation. not
Separation. Separations of 1,000 feet between businesses.
retail businesses.
Right.
Third item is whether to prohibit marijuana retail in the Kanema Historic District.
You know, I'm an aye.
I say aye.
Aye. I should ask, does Kanema District also include the whole strip of 99 that faces the river?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It's from the river up through 5th.
Because that's pretty industrial down there.
Well, there's also
Well,
there's
it's
a brewery
zoned
down
HC. There's a lot of non-conforming uses down there, including the brewery, the upholstery place, and the other, those are all legal non-conforming uses.
Waiting to hear what.
I'd say aye.
I guess I'd say aye as well.
Just to clarify, you're only talking about Kenema, so the tie-in is
Mhm.
because it's a historic.
And
It's a
National Historic
national
District.
register district.
Yeah,
Just to clarify.
Yes.
yes. And those boundaries that
Okay.
currently exist, so if
It's on
Kenema gets
both-
bigger later, then it's
It's on
outside the
both,
boundary.
it's on
and-
both sides of
Yeah.
McLaughlin.
Okay. And the indoor-outdoor personal cultivation question. If we keep the code as proposed right now, we have a 10-foot setback requirement for personal cultivation
And outdoors.
and outdoor grows. Yeah. And if you choose not to have that, we just take that code section out.
Yeah.
I vote to keep it.
Okay.
I don't think it's necessary.
What part, Paul?
Well, it's going to compel someone to grow it in the middle of the yard where they might want to keep it up against a fence where it might be out of view. There might be situations where people want to plant it up against a fence so that the neighbors don't see it. And I think that folks should have that flexibility. If you have the 10-foot setback, they're going to be limited to an area in the center of their yard where the growth of it might not be that desirable.
The downside is it might grow over the fence and allow the neighbors to.
I can't imagine anybody.
There's all sorts of scenarios that could occur, but I think that eliminating the setback could
She just passed out from the
would
odor.
allow for more flexibility.
So
Less regulation here. Not more.
clarification,
Sorry.
I'm not sure exactly what we're voting on here. I thought we were voting on indoor versus outdoor, to either allow for outdoor growing or not.
Allow for outdoor personal growth with a setback or
Personal
not.
grows, not personal growth.
Sorry.
Some people
Grows.
might want to have personal growth.
Cultivation of marijuana.
Yes.
Right.
Versus no,
Versus no.
right.
Well, they can go cultivate it, but they have to do it indoors.
Indoors.
It's either indoors
Go
or
back to what we
So-
originally
so
proposed, which
what
was.
we're voting on is not whether the setback's
Setback,
10
it's
feet or
indoors or
not.
outdoors.
No.
We're voting on whether or not outdoor cultivation is
Either way.
allowed
Yeah.
or not.
Right.
Unless you want to further amend it to
And
have a
so
setback to
Tom
start.
voted yes
Yeah.
for
Outdoor grow.
Outdoor?
I say no.
No.
I say yes.
You can act as your chairman and be the last one.
Of course.
Of course it is.
I say yes to allow outdoor.
And I'm a no.
Can I ask a question of my fellow commissioners? What if that was made at 20 feet? Would that make you any more comfortable? It wasn't against a fence, it wasn't
No.
something in the middle, but
No,
Well,
I don't want it. I'm
I
being
think
very
the
definitive.
yeses
I
have
don't.
it anyway.
I do
Pardon?
not want it
I
here.
believe the yeses have it anyway.
right, I was just
Yes, it
wondering.
doesn't matter, but you wanted to know, it doesn't matter to me if it's 20 feet, 1,000 feet.
So,
I
yeah,
feel
now the
good
question
about
is, you've got 3-2 saying outdoor cultivation is okay. Do you want to modify the setback? Do you want any setback? All right.
No, I just think that's going to create, an enforcement nightmare. You're going to have the marijuana police out there checking the 10-foot setbacks. I mean,
It's fine with me.
I think that's
It's
just
your tax
way
dollars at
out
work.
of control in terms of the amount of staff the staff time that it would take to enforce something like that.
You know, I'm less concerned about the distance of the setback as I am about the visibility. If it's visible anywhere in the yard, I think it's vulnerable.
Mhm.
So even if it's 10 feet away from the fence, if it's visible, that's
Yeah, I mean, the
concern.
What if he said that doesn't your proposed provision say not visible from the street and 10 feet away? What if it
This-
was not visible from a public way?
that's what the state law is, that it's
Right.
not visible
not
from
visible from a
public view. Public view, and so the definition of public view is defined in state law.
I think that's
So-
adequate.
Okay.
Okay, so we have two items that we've amended. One is the separation between the retail and the other is restricting the Kenema National Historic District.
So I just want to
Well,
go.
and it sounds like there's a consensus to amend the outdoor grow to just be state law.
Correct. That's what it sounds
So
like.
outdoor growth would be in compliance with state law.
You could just remove that whole personal cultivation section from the code.
Or just say
Because
per,
that's the only
per
thing
state
that's
law.
in.
It would be exempt.
Well,
Yeah.
again, some people are not going to look at what the state law is, and they're just going to see our code, and then,
Right.
so maybe there's something that needs to be put in there. But I will just say for the record that if I am asked, I will go on record as a planning commissioner supporting what the planning commission votes on. However, I will not be precluded from testifying as a personal, as a person saying, as myself, but I would not speak against anything that you guys support as a planning commissioner. That's just, to me, not appropriate.
that's-
So if the commission votes on an item, that's our statement, whether I agree with it or not. It's whatever the majority rules, that's what's going
That's
to
the
happen.
difference between Commissioner McGriff and Denise. Yeah,
Okay.
we understand that.
So I'm not interested in speaking on behalf of the commission, unless asked.
I agree, I will be speaking against it, I mean, on it as
Yeah.
well, but only
And I
from a
guess
personal point of
just,
view.
so my thoughts about the buffer on the thing, I guess my concern is just if the product creeps over the neighbor's fence. I mean, it's the same issue if your tree encroaches and all that, but, I don't know a whole lot of people smoking oak leaves. So, it's just,
You'd be surprised.
You haven't tried that?
yeah, I grew up when they were like trying to get rid of cigarettes and you had all sorts of strange stuff showing up in the shops. So, but so that I have a concern from that aspect. But that doesn't mean that if it does become a public nuisance situation that we can't amend the rules at that point. So, I'd rather minimize legislation until it's a problem. We've got bigger fish right now.
So do we have a motion?
I move to approve is that the planning file LE 16-0001
Yes.
As amended.
as amended? And unchanged on some, I guess, is that
We'll just-
appropriate?
Just say as amended.
Okay,
Because you're including everything and the amendment.
okay.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Guile, second by Commissioner Espy.
Really?
Second by
Oh, sorry, maybe.
Damon, maybe. Yeah.
Well, maybe SB.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I was there in spirit.
I'll call the roll here. Commissioner Guile?
Aye.
Commissioner McGriff?
I don't know. I'll think about it till I get to the end again.
Commissioner Maybe?
Aye.
Commissioner Espy?
Aye.
Chair Kidwell?
I'm going to abstain.
Concerned you'll be
I will,
biased with
I
my
will
previous
support
comments about your
the
traffic.
amendment, although, as Tom knows, I'm not happy about the outdoor situation. I support the buffering, because again, I just don't think there's going to be this mad dash that's going to be one on every street corner. And I think at this point, it's going to be up to the voters. This could all be for naught. It could not pass, and then we don't have to worry about it, or we do have to worry about it. But I do support us being prepared and being ahead of the curve and being getting something in place in case, because it's better to be prepared than not.
Yeah. I think we need to look at the goals, the comp plan goals, and kind of run it, because that's the exercise I've done here and I think we've done a pretty good job of you guys did an excellent job, by the way, of the public involvement.
Yes.
The discussion of eliminating the Kenema Historic District further strengthens Goal 5. So I think that, we've done a pretty good job tonight.
I'd be interested, just as an afterthought, I'd be interested in knowing, Lake Oswego being a pretty big community, why they decided to allow outgrow. I wonder what their reasoning on their planning commission was, if they went through the same debates and same
Well, they actually
thoughts.
they're actually talking about the same thing this evening. So it'd be interesting to find out what they do debate. But I think that there is a fairly large cross section of folks that are for it and against it. And I think that reasonable minds want to say that they want to be prepared, just like we do,
Right.
when it gets voted in, or if it gets voted in, that we have a body of strong code language to make sure that it's regulated properly.
I just have this image of somebody in their planning commission, one of the staffers, watching our live stream, and now jumping, Oregon City passed it, and then they're like, okay, so we'll do this
Well,
now.
wasn't it, didn't you already say on here that Lake Oswego already has that in
Yes,
their co-
already in
Yeah.
place.
It's already in their place.
They have it in there.
It's interesting that both the mayor
Postcard.
and I visited like the Maritime Cafe. I've been there 2 or 3 times, not to get anything, but I just was there.
What, Mayor?
Dan Holiday.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So we both went there to see at different times. I didn't go with him, but
Okay.
everybody that was in that room, you had to give your ID, was my age or older. There wasn't any hippies, young
How
people.
did you manage to go in there?
Because I had a driver's license.
No,
Yeah.
dealing with all your allergies.
There's nothing growing in there.
Well, I know it's not growing, but I walked by it one time, the door opened, I thought I was gonna, I was having,
Okay,
allergies
I
went crazy.
know we'd like to talk about this just all the rest of the evening, but I'd like to move on to the approval of minutes.
I'd like to move that we approve the minutes of June 8th, 2015.
Just want to clarify the vote. So it was 3-4?
4-0 with 1 abstention.
Abstention.
Yeah.
Okay.
You weren't keeping
4 in
track.
favor, 0 nays, and 1 abstention.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll bring you a bouquet sometime if I ever
Motion
go anywhere.
passes.
Motion
You
passed.
do, and you will be
4-0
severely,
with 1 abstention.
4-0, 1 abstention.
I assure you.
I also grew up in
Approval of
America,
minutes.
Hawaii, and
Starting with the
Do you want to start with May 18th?
Well, I've got the first one that's up.
May
but-
18th, 2015.
Yes, I'll move that we approve the minutes of May 18th, 2015.
Second.
I'll let Paul have this one.
Commissioner Guile?
Aye.
Commissioner McGriff?
Aye.
Commissioner Maybe?
Aye.
Commissioner Espy?
Aye.
Chair Kidwell?
Aye. June 8th, 2015, minutes.
There was one of these that I read that I had visited the site, but it was not noted. So I don't want, I mean, nobody can appeal it now, but
Do you know which one?
I think it was the, I'm looking at June 8th, it was the Moss Campus Master Plan and School District, and I had visited the site.
Okay. I will note that.
Okay, so as amended, June 8th, 2015
I
minutes.
so move.
Second?
Commissioner Guile?
Aye.
Commissioner McGriff?
Aye.
Commissioner Maybe?
Aye.
Commissioner Espy?
Aye.
Chair Kidwell?
Aye.
Motion passes as amended.
God, we're just
So
doing
curious and curiouser. So last month we had some minutes from 2016,
And
and
we're
now
going
we've got
back.
some from 2015. So I was a little puzzled by that.
We're still playing catch-up.
I see. Okay.
We're getting there.
Some of them were just faster than others.
August 24th,
Yes.
2015.
Yeah, we started with the most recent and going backwards.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Move approval.
Second.
Commissioner Guile?
Aye.
Commissioner McGriff?
Aye.
Commissioner Maybe?
Aye.
Commissioner Espy?
Aye.
Chair Kidwell?
Aye. September 14th, 2015.
Move to approve.
Come on, Tom, say second.
Second. It's too slow.
Oh, I'm looking to see if I was.
Except this one says Monday,
Who was the
September.
second on that? Sorry?
I did.
Okay. Commissioner Guile?
Aye.
Commissioner McGriff?
Aye.
Commissioner Maybe?
Aye.
Commissioner Espy?
Aye.
Chair Kidwell?
Aye.
Thank you.
And
I move to.
last but not least, September 28th, 2015.
I move to accept the draft of the
Second.
minutes of the September 20th, 2015.
So you move approval, it's much simpler.
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't see those, sorry. It's off my screen. Okay. I'm running out of paper.
We're going too fast, John.
Yep. Who was the first and second, sorry?
Second, moved by Guile, seconded by McGriff.
Commissioner Guile?
Aye. Both ayes.
Commissioner McGriff?
Aye.
Commissioner Maybe?
Aye.
Commissioner Espy,
Aye.
Chair Kidwell.
Aye.
Thank you.
Do we have any communications?
We do. We are submitting an application for equitable housing. Pete's going to be the project manager, so he could tell you a bit more about it. We sent you an email asking if you would want to support that. Pete?
Right, so our grant application to Metro is a request for $90,000 to support planning to look at equitable housing. The grant application is due August 12th, which is Friday, I believe.
Yes,
And,
coming right up.
right around the corner. The proposal would be to take a look at a variety of things that are both code-related and also related to transparency of our processes so that people are aware of various options for increasing affordable housing and equitable housing within the city without changing the zoning map extensively. However, the types of additional housing opportunities that we might be looking at through this process include accessory dwelling units and improving the process for approving those, potentially looking at what other cities have done to keep the character of single-family residential neighborhoods while allowing additional dwelling units such as duplexes on corners, looking at our existing downtown center, mixed-use downtown center and the regional center, what vertical housing opportunities we have, and our multifamily zones as well. So the whole range of potential options that all cities are potentially looking at based on the issue at hand, which is housing is becoming increasingly less affordable for people in the middle ranges of their income. So
you're talking about this from
yeah.
the standpoint of metro area wide, because
yeah,
again,
realistically it is.
as I've
Yeah.
mentioned before, I am very, very concerned that the alleged crisis that's happening, and I say alleged, and I don't say that lightly, that's happening in Portland is being somehow spilled over and into other communities where we do not have that particular issue. And I think a lot of stuff that's going on in Portland is being totally blown out of proportion.
So for equitable housing, it's basically looking at all housing types for all people. So there's the income part of it and affordability part of it. There's also housing near social services or transit. There would be housing for, say, people in a wheelchair or something like that. What is the menu of options in our toolbox for types of housing? And do we have barriers for people to construct additional housing, whatever that form looks like? And are there incentives we ought to provide for people to do more housing? So we want to have this conversation as a community. And so as a part of this grant, we would set up an advisory committee, and it would include a lot of people. It would be a very large committee. So similar like when we did the sign code and things like that. We want to define what's here, what's in our toolbox, what are all the options that are available to us, and sort of narrow down, are there other things we ought to do, and take sort of a holistic approach together as a community. And so that's the good thing about this grant. And then the other thing that's really nice is what Pete was talking to, is these really specific educational outreach components. So it includes like a website, it includes guides for people to understand our process, and a large part of it would be rewriting or reformatting our code so it's written in a way that's easier to understand and we don't have standards that conflict with each other. So it would help address the community conversation about housing, but it would also bring a lot more transparency to what we do and how we do it, both for members of the community that want to understand how development works, as well as those in the development community who read our 100-page staff reports or criteria and just sort of get lost.
So is this that you're looking at in existing residential areas, or are these going into those urban growth boundary areas like Beaver Creek South End, Park Place? Are you looking at all those possibilities, or are you talking about infill in the city?
We're looking at everything. Right now, we have our zoning. As you probably know, in single-family zones, you already can have accessory dwelling units. In our mixed-use zones, which are most of our major corridors, you can have multifamily, and it's unlimited however many units you can fit on the site, right? I mean, there's some constraints of parking and stuff like that, but we already allow cottage housing. All of the housing opportunities that other cities might want to integrate into our code, we already have. We don't have a lot of them constructed in certain places. So it would be a citywide, sorry, that was a long answer to your question, but citywide, what's our toolbox like? Is our toolbox have all of the right tools? What tools we want in our community for housing? And then also, so what are the outcomes going to be? And then how do we make sure that we work together so that everybody is clear what our standards are and how our processes work? And that applies to housing, but it also applies to a lot of things, because it would basically rewrite site plan design review code, because that's where multifamily standards are, right? So
Again?
taking, we're not looking at a wholesale change of our code. We're looking at reformatting it so it's clear and simple and easy to read. If the committee decides that they want to make amendments associated with housing, they can do that, but we're looking at restructuring the code so that it is easier to follow. Because we have places where it says the same thing multiple times, or some places it says conflicting things. So just making sure that everybody knows what we're doing and it's clear.
But the question before us tonight, we're not debating any of the issues related to the equitable housing. It's just, does the Planning Commission support pursuing the grant?
That's correct.
Aye.
And I would support the grant, because I think studying the issue is a worthy thing. But I would just go on record that I stated before, and I'll continue to state that I'm against mandatory inclusionary
Right.
housing of affordable housing within every zone.
Providing options.
But I think incentives and those things I could definitely support. But I would definitely support the idea of the grant, because it would give the city some funding to study those things.
And know what their baseline is.
Right.
Right.
Are you going to take a poll of us about whether or not we're supporting?
Yes,
Pursuing
so
grant?
that letter
Was
is
this
in the
all in
record,
favor?
right?
Aye.
Is in,
You don't need to.
oh,
I only have one caveat that obviously I'm assuming this is going to be tailored to our community, because I don't really want Metro to say, oh, here's exactly what you should do, when one size does not fit all. I mean, Lake Oswego
Correct.
doesn't have as
Agreed.
many historic districts as we do. Gladstone has no historic districts. Milwaukee, I don't think they have any either, but we
That-
do.
Well-
That's a good point, is that we're not obligated to change anything, right?
Anything,
We're not
okay.
obligated to, it's to have this community conversation.
Right, we want to
Um,
stay autonomous as a city.
I mean, their goal is to get more housing units, so they might want us to. We already have a lot of this in our code already, right? Most of this is already there, except for the inclusionary and things like that, so.
Well,
Be a
Laura,
good
I
opportunity to
think the
identify
biggest impediment that we
areas.
have to housing downtown is the seismic code. So regardless of whether you're going to be dealing with it or not, that's the bugaboo. In order to change the occupancy back to some of those places that used to have residential above, it's going to require some very finely tuned code changes, and some of those our building department is not going to be able to modify because it's state building code. So it's really going to come down to whether or not there can be some financial assistance to help people meet the seismic. I've had so many people suggest, and I've even talked to Andy and Tom Bush both about the fact that wouldn't it be really cool if you could convert part of your upstairs into condos? But again, it's an unreinforced masonry building.
Well, and there's a lot of those kind of details we can talk about.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that's a big, doesn't matter what codes we have in place, if nobody can afford to do it, it doesn't really matter.
Well, and one of the things, when we get into the weeds on this conversation on down the line, I'd like to interject that regulation costs are probably one of the biggest barriers to affordable housing. And if you look at, and I know there's the balance between what it costs the government to provide infrastructure, but the SDC fees are one of the gigantic hurdles for providing affordable housing. It's a challenge for market rate housing, but it's a huge challenge for affordable housing. So I just have done quite a bit of reading on that, and actually the probably number one obstacle to affordable housing is government regulations.
Well, again, it gets to affordable to whom?
Well, I'm just
You
saying
know.
that under the definition of affordable
Right.
housing, I'm not nitpicking about who is affordable to, just regulations in general. People wonder why it costs so much to rent a house or an apartment, and
It's because they can get them.
everything that's new that's being built is subject to these regulation fees. And, as an architect, I deal with all that. And when we develop an apartment project, say with a couple hundred apartment units, the fees on that, just the fees, is $1 million
Yep.
before we even start turning the dirt to build anything.
Nope.
And so those fees have to be absorbed by somebody. It's either going to be absorbed by the people that are living there or the taxpayer, because the developer's not going to eat that money.
All right.
So
there
did we
was
ever take that
consensus.
poll?
Yes, we said we
Okay.
all supported it.
Great.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, so any more communications?
Yes. Okay, so quick schedule update. Our next meeting is August 22nd. You get a break. We really appreciate you guys have been working so hard, and there have been so many work sessions and extra meetings lately. So you get a day off.
So we don't have a meeting on the 22nd?
That's correct. So August
wish you made it
22nd will be
sound like we did.
canceled. Then after that is September 12th. We don't have anything scheduled for that yet. On September 26th,
So the 22nd was already canceled?
already canceled.
Okay.
On
Take your vacation.
September 26th, we're going to do an update on our concept plans, and just to go over each of those concept plans, where they are in the adoption process, some details about them. We've heard concerns from a lot of citizens and neighborhood associations about those, so just sort of revisit those because it's been a while. And then we have a conditional use application. At some point, it'll come to you once it gets deemed complete, which it is not at this moment. Then the last thing is tomorrow, Pete had already mentioned there's a work session with the City Commission, and they'll be talking about the marijuana regulations, and the other thing that they're going to be talking about are membrane structures, which, as you recall, are those metal and fabric structures. And as you know, there was large code enforcement violations that were lodged with the city recently regarding these types of structures, and unusually large amount, right? So we've normally in the last, since larger membrane structures were prohibited, which was January 1st, 2011, there was about 130-ish violations that the city has processed, where we received 45-ish in the last month. And so
We've received 45.
different complaints,
Oh, complaints,
of
okay.
different structures.
Different structures, okay.
Yes. And so we're going to do a work session to talk about it. Part of that conversation is deals back to why we have the regulation in the first place, and why it was retroactive, which not a lot of our regulations are, but in this particular case, that when we did the membrane structure code, we were directed to look at it by the Planning Commission back when we did a code update in 2009, and it eventually got adopted in mid-2010, and it was retroactive for the membrane structures. So all membrane structures, if they were visible from the right-of-way, would have to be removed. But
It was retroactive to, I have the accessory dwelling thing in front of me, but it doesn't talk about that.
the retroactivity,
Yeah.
yeah, so it's not ADUs, it's the membrane structures.
Structures, right.
So it's in 1754-010B4
Close enough.
D.
Okay.
D.
D4, okay, I got D4.
I forgot D. It is D. So,
Prides herself on that.
Okay, says this section shall apply to all membrane or fabric covered structures in place before, comma, on, comma, or after the effective date.
So it was retroactive, and I think that's where a lot of the concern from the public has been coming up recently, right? They've had these structures there for a long, long time, and they may have been legal when they got constructed. Some of them maybe not. And why is the city making them remove them? And so, just so you know, this is part of the conversation, and it sort of comes back to how it all started. We had lots of hearings on this. I went through a lot of public comments, lots of hearings, and it eventually went through Planning Commission and City Commission. But it had started with a City Commission direction to take a look at the issue, and that's how we had kind of gone from there. It had been an issue for the City Commission for a few years before we actually had written the code. We did a large code update, and there were 4 things that were on hold that we didn't get to sort out, and this was one of those sorting out things. So we were directed when we came back later for the next code update, which we knew was going to be soon thereafter, to address this specifically, which we did. So that's tomorrow night. If you guys wanted to come, you certainly don't have to, but just wanted to let you know, since it is so closely tied with the Planning Commission as a group.
Could you elaborate on what you told me? I asked you a question about where most of these were, and they are not. They seem to be up in the newer subdivisions.
Oh, on the hilltop?
In the hilltop area. They're not down here. You wouldn't be able to get approval for a membrane structure in either of the historic districts because they don't meet the design guidelines. So that's not the issue down here. But we had you weren't here, and Damon wasn't here, or no, you were here.
I think I was.
And then Charles wasn't here, but we
Charles
had
wasn't
3 people come on public comments not on the agenda saying, gee, when I bought my house it was there and the owner told me that it was legal and now I find out it's not legal, and yada yada.
Yeah.
There's plenty of them up there, I know that.
We have them on Holcomb Boulevard.
So it sounded, from my watching some videos and looking at it, in my recollection, for structures under 200 square feet, they could have been membrane until this date. For structures more than 200 square feet, there's a special requirement that it be compatible with the home. So that's a little bit different. The rationale for being retroactive was that they're supposed to be temporary in nature, so that's why they got the 6 months to enjoy them, and then after that they ought to have been removed because of the material standards were determined to not be that compatible with residential, and to sort of raise the bar on materials in general in the city. Is that correct? Is there any other reason that you can recall that we did retroactive?
Were we here? No.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
Actually,
so the 2 people that came.
If that was passed in mid-2010,
2010.
I think I may have been the only one on the commission at that time.
That might be true. Yeah, I came on at 2011.
Yeah, I don't think.
So I don't think I
I
was.
think you guys were here after it was effective,
Yes.
maybe for the
Yes,
most
I
part,
think-
but
yeah,
not
that's
when
what
it was
That's what I was
passed.
remembering.
It's true.
And frankly, I don't even remember voting on that. So
I came to a hearing, I recall, because we were trying to, in the McLaughlin Conservation District, we had an issue with people putting up those fabric ones that you can buy at Bi-Mart, and they're supposed to be temporary. They don't meet design guidelines, so a lot of those are gone in our neighborhood. I mean, there's a few around, but they're gone. But the people that came and testified, one of them said he had a metal structure for his RV. And is it primarily the fabric ones? Because those obviously are clearly supposed to be temporary. They're not permanent.
So this started with the fabric. So back when this started, we
No, I
had...
mean, the people that have, the cases that you've reviewed, are they primarily the fabric ones or they're the metal ones? They're the metal ones.
They're the metal.
The fabric ones, to me, there should be no issue about
Yeah,
that.
so
It's the carports.
Yeah,
It's the carport thingies.
It started with the fabric.
Right.
There was, as you recall from code enforcement, there was a lot of waste issues, and so people were just putting tarps over it and calling
Yes.
it a structure,
Structure, yeah.
because our definition of structure is pretty loose. And so that's generally what started the ball rolling. And then metal came in there too, because we had a lot of structures that were like those metal carports that people would just hang tarp on the side and still hide things or not hide things, and you could just see the waste on the inside of it. So
That and the torn, ripped, flappy,
Yeah, there were-
just dilapidated structure.
They're not
Yeah.
designed to last. That's part of the problem.
I heard about one today. In my conversation set was one of those freight cars off of the trains.
Oh, you
And
mean the
the
containers?
The code, the code didn't allow something along, so they cut it in half and spread it apart.
There's
That was-
there's
yeah.
one in the McLaughlin neighborhood that I saw because a friend of mine told me about it.
because we used to allow them less than 200 square feet.
Yeah.
So they had one
Material
bigger than
requirement.
that, and then so they
Talking
cut
about
it.
a container.
But then this was retroactive, so it would have also applied to
Right,
that. Okay, I just wanted to let you know, since there's a connection there with Planning Commission, and
Could
thank
you also, since Paul and Damon and Charles were not at the work session, it was basically myself and Tom and Bob about our recommendation. Well, I want to say, first of all, Laura did a very good job representing our commission vote with regard to type 1 design review. Unfortunately, both Mr. Guile and Mr. Mahoney were asked a point-blank question by the chair of that particular meeting, and it went to hell in a handbasket. And that's why I made the statement that I did, is that if we make a vote on something, I don't appreciate us being questioned and being contrary to what we voted on, because it got down to the statement that was made, well, it's all about money. And I argued, not as eloquently as you did, Charles, but I argued the fact that it was about design and consistency. And while I totally support the staff and their ability to make those decisions, what I was harping on was the fact that there is no longer allowed any public participation in the type 1 process. And if we are allowing our citizens to be involved in all phases of the land use planning process, we get kind of shut out on that.
Yeah, so with the type 1 site plan, we were before the city commission after you for our first reading, and they had already had that work session scheduled with you, and so they said, well, let's just ask the planning commission about it. We communicated that the planning commission's, so the question of concern was, should type 1 site plan design review be allowed in properties that are subject to 1740, our historic overlay district? So historic districts or individually designated properties. And we articulated that the Planning Commission had concerns with one, it provides an opportunity for the public to know about a project, and when there is that, there's sometimes pressure to do a better product, right? Because you're going out for the public, and that it's not making it worse. You're just not changing streamlining the process for that. You're keeping it as it is.
And I do appreciate, again, you did a very good job articulating our concern.
And I want to make it really clear that at the meeting, the work session, I pointed out that I was not at that meeting, so I had no idea what the discussion was about. That was right after my surgery, so that's why I did not comment on it, because I didn't know.
Yeah, so we had the city commission went back for the second hearing on it, and they did approve the first reading of type 1 site plan, but they did strike out that section that said that type 1 site plan doesn't apply to specific items in historic districts or subject to 1740. So it is back to the version just without that last standard. The second reading for that is the 17th.
But
That's
again,
it.
I appreciate what you did. The other thing I wanted to bring up to the commission, and I don't want to add to your workload, but it was of concern to me, what regulations do we have or not have involving short-term rentals? I actually have some friends who have a legally permitted and inspected Airbnb out in Clackamas County. But it's come to my attention inadvertently that there are several operating in Oregon City, and I was asked point blank whether the city allowed that, and I could not answer that question. And I think the answer to my question to them was, I said, I am not aware of any regulations that we have, so therefore, no, it's not allowed. But I said, I will ask at Planning Commission next week.
It's a good question. It has come up a lot lately, actually. So what the regulation is is in all residential zones, if you rent out a room or a place, it doesn't matter what that configuration is, for less than 30 days, then it requires a conditional use approval. If you rent it out for 30 or more consecutive days, then you don't need a conditional use. And so that's what makes a difference, is the length of consecutive rentals. I cannot think, we do have a couple of bed and breakfast type things.
We have had them in the past. but-
Yeah, we don't, I can't think of any that we have had
don't.
after this whole Airbnb thing kind of came around. We changed that code, I think, in 2010 or 2009, right at the cusp before this was starting. So it's really hard to figure out where they are, right? Because you go to the websites, the VRBO and Airbnb, and it doesn't give you the address, it gives you an approximate area. And so we're trying to we emailed both of them to try and get a list of the addresses, because you kind of have to make a reservation and then they tell you exactly where it's at. So on the regulation part of it, it is starting to become more challenging than one ought to think, because it's hard to figure out where they are, right? You put in your dates of when you want to stay and you get some, but you don't get all of them. And then you have to email each one to try and figure out what address it is. So again, we've emailed them all directly to try and figure that out. But you're right, we don't have very many legal bed and breakfasts or boarding houses or things like that, which is what the definition is in our
Right,
code.
yeah, I'm not aware that we have any bed and breakfasts still in existence in Oregon City. I know of a couple on River Road, but I know they went through a CUP. I know about, again, these friends of mine, they have a permit, it's been inspected.
Yeah.
And again, I just told the person that I know that when Portland went through this, one of the big issues was, and I'm sure that there were hotelers complaining because, they have to go through inspections. And so if you've got a house and you've got a basement, you've got somebody doing a short-term rental in a basement, is that meeting fire code standards, those sort of things? I'd rather just have somebody do it legally,
Mhm.
I don't really want to, be living next to somebody where there's, intermittent rentals and them coming and going and all of that stuff.
The interesting thing is that we used to get a lot more code enforcement about this years ago, right? Right, kind of when this became a thing. We barely get any at all anymore. So that's why it's hard for us to be a little bit proactive. Normally we're reactive through code enforcement, but apparently we're not getting a lot of
I
complaints
just want
about
us
it.
to be a little more proactive on it because
Right.
I don't want.
I'll let you know what
Yeah,
they say when
yeah.
they email us back.
Okay,
But-
well, I was very curious because what I told the person was that I wasn't really sure that Airbnbs were allowed, but that you could get a conditional use for something like a bed and breakfast.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
And there used to be one literally right around the corner from me. So, or actually two. Matter of fact, Claire Met ran one, and
Oh, that's right.
Mary Coates had one. It was called the Hydrangea B&B.
It's right up here.
Yeah, and then there was the Jager House B&B.
Jager House, that's what I remember.
And then the Fellows House used to be a B&B in Kenema.
And then there was Laron Kemp, remember him?
Oh, Lord. And then the Ainsworth House used to have a B&B, and they don't now.
So I
Right.
enjoy the character of this discussion, but I'm ready to go home.
Before we adjourn, can I make a clarification?
Yes, sir.
As I said earlier, I appreciate Pete calling all those jurisdictions. I said I called them all too. I just called to see what they were doing. A lot of them were waiting to see what others were doing, or they were discussing it like this evening. Also, I didn't want to misconstrue anything that Nancy Bush told me. She had no opinion that I quoted tonight. She has thoughts on marijuana coding, but all the things I said tonight were just the fact that I found out that there was something in the code. So I didn't want to mischaracterize anything she said.
Okay. So we are adjourned.
Thanks, you guys.